up, hi guy? That's pretty cool. Also, the streams have been kind of popping off, recently. Or at least more frequently. The last stream I had got a 1.5k views. For some reason. They've been just having more frequently. Like first it took like a month, and then it's like 2 weeks later I get one, and then 4 or 5 days later after that one I get another stream for some reason that pops off. What's up, Raffy? What's up, Demon Ritos? Oh yeah, did you notice that the streams have been kind of, one of the last stream kind of popped off a bit? $1.5k views for some reason. That's more than some of my update videos. Just kind of weird, but whatever. It's a little bit sad, but I mean, whatever. That will probably change whenever I finish, to be honest with you. I mean, it is, but you could say that of all the other streams. There have only been 2 streams that have kind of been popping off. The other, if it was just the final section that did it, then it would be, all the streams, to be honest. It's just kind of random. I mean, I know the last section probably influences it a bit, but I mean, still, even then, it does show how many people would actually watch this if they got more notifications about it, or if it was popped up in their uh, YouTube homepage and stuff like that. It shows how many people would actually go out of their way to click on the video. Kind of interesting. What's up, Operonix? Now, you'll notice when the final section starts, you know, taking its I've also been kind of gaining a few subscribers. When I say a few, I mean literally only like 5 or 6, but I mean it's better than losing subscribers, so Honestly, I can't wait till people like make it their mission to get this channel as many subscribers as possible. Because let's be honest here, I don't think anybody's gonna be really satisfied with the amount of, at least not many, or people are gonna be that satisfied with the amount of subscribers that this channel will have. To be honest with you. So it's gonna be that insane amounts of like, which this is actually why this like unsatisfaction or this lack of satisfaction of the amount of subscribers, I think is what's gonna really push this channel pretty far. Popularity standpoint whenever I finish. I think that's when my channel's probably gonna blow up is when I get to the final strip. Yep, that's actually why I did it. Like 50%. It's just because of the way the world's shaped. It's not gray enough. Give it a minute. Give me like another 60 hours or so, or whatever it is left. 70 hours? Maybe 80? No, I think you're better off assisting Sword King's project. Can't wait for the, the pool of hot sauce in the nether. Or are you talking about this section with all the lava? Or both? Honestly, yeah. Better get a team of people. I mean, the taste is basically non-existent because your taste buds are probably gonna go numb at that point. But earlier points about advertising. So, I think the only way to really get this channel fully off the ground, I mean, yes, there's like, the classic Reddit, Instagram, iFunny, stuff like that. But there's a few other domains that this channel really hasn't hit that much. And that is, ironically, it's TikTok. People are talking about this channel can get pretty big with that, which I actually kind of agree because of it, considering how big the platform is, and as much as people don't really like TikTok that much, it does have a huge, it could grow this channel quite a bit. There's that, there's Twitter and YouTube, which those are only going to be useful if it's a bigger YouTuber. So it's basically, if this channel could be popular on that channel, on TikTok, or big influencers. That's basically it. If you can get all three, or even just big influencers in general on all three of those platforms, if you can get that, if you can get all three, if you can checkbox those two things at least, this channel could probably skyrocket. Oh yes, autocorrect. That's why I always like over over what is it? Over engineer my sentences just because of autocorrect. I forgot what I had. It was basically this sauce that had, I think it was habaneros. By the way, it didn't have much of some of these peppers. It wasn't like it was 90% of the peppers, but it had primarily habanero, and then the rest were, I think it was actually ghost pepper, actual ghost pepper, not like, store-bought ghost pepper sauce. It actually had ghost peppers in it. Um, Something else in it as well. It was another pepper. I think it was a scorpion. I could be totally wrong on that, but that thing was definitely the hottest thing I've ever eaten. By far. Like, it wasn't even close. Thing is though, the initial bite wasn't that good, or wasn't that hot. Like, the initial bite was actually pretty good in terms of flavor and stuff like that. But once you got to the second and even third bite, especially the third bite, yeah, that's when it gets a bit almost unbearable, to be honest with you. Like, actually, I've never been so defeated by something as spicy as that sauce. It got exponentially as hot. Yeah, you could actually buy it. Well, it doesn't happen very often. It was only for a short period of time we had ghost pepper. Very short period of time. And scorpion. I think it's Butch Tea scorpion pepper or something like that. Unfortunately, no Carolina Reaper, but it was for a very short period of time. I don't think I've seen it again. You build kind of a mental tolerance to it. It's not even really like a physical tolerance. I mean, that'd be cool to build a physical tolerance, but it's more of a mental tolerance, primarily. Your body's actually like, okay, yes, I'm actually ready for this spiciness. Dude, Scorpion and Carolina Reapers aren't even close to each other. They're like a whole million difference from each other. They're similar to, if I remember correctly, Scorpions are similar to Ghost Peppers, not Carolina Reapers at all. They're not even close. You can't even compare a Carolina Reaper to Scorpion. I don't think it was as hot as the Carolina Reaper though, I'll tell you that much. I doubt it was a 1 million difference, 'cause I would have probably noticed it, the difference, if I ate it, if it was that hot. Yeah, but that's 1.2 million. You can't even really say the peak of a Carolina Reaper's close to or even a Carolina. You can't even really say a peak of a Scorpion, or you can't really judge a pepper by its peak hotness, unless they actually do judge it by its peak hotness most of the time with Scoville, but it's hard to really compare those two peppers. They're not really that close to each other, realistically. You're still trying to compare Scorpion, though, to Carolina Reaper. I mean, if you could say it, it's peak, sure, but what about the peak of a Carolina Reaper? Would you compare the peak of a Carolina Reaper to a Scorpion? Then would that really be a fair comparison to compare the average Carolina Reaper and the peak of a Scorpion? Potential is one thing, but would it really be that fair to compare a potential of something to? It also, I think, depends on the Scorpion as well, because I'm pretty sure there's multiple types of Scorpion as well, though. But, you know, I don't know. I don't even know what type of Scorpion I had. Pretty sure it was Butch Tea. I'm fairly certain on that. I think it was Ghost Pepper and Butch Tea, and then mix of jalapenos and habaneros. I'm pretty sure that was the sauce that I had. It was ridiculous, so don't recommend it. I really don't recommend it. If you want to actually enjoy any form of food, I really don't recommend it. Making that type of sauce. There was also this ghost pepper sauce I had as well at one point. I don't remember if it was hotter though. It may have actually been hotter, but by volume at least. But I could be totally wrong on that one. Like usually I usually let people taste that ghost pepper sauce. I've never seen a ghost pepper sauce hotter. than the one I've had at one point. But it's in this little bitty glass bottle, and I tell people to literally take a drop because of how hot it is. I'm like, okay, I don't recommend taking anything besides a little tiny drop, an eyedropper amount. Cause, yeah, that's just good luck if you take any more than that. Unless you're really into hot stuff, then. Go ahead. Probably. Yeah, this one wasn't that diluted that it looked like. I mean, it was a fairly thick sauce too. It wasn't like it was like it wasn't really that runny either. I mean, it wasn't goopy either, but it wasn't like it was super thin where it would run off your fingers if you poured. It was also very dark. Wouldn't say extremely dark, but it was fairly dark. Wouldn't say it was like blood level of dark, but it was definitely getting there. Oh yeah, I'm surprised you didn't notice the diamonds. I've had that decorated for years, by the way. Actually, a lot of the stuff that I eat is spicy that tastes good. It's just, most of the time I don't eat much spicy stuff. Like, really, I don't. I usually only eat it for, like, challenge. Like, for the challenge of the spice, I really don't eat much. I don't really make it much of a lifestyle thing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't consume it pretty frequently. It's actually pretty rare I eat spicy stuff. On my own, at least. If somebody, like, ordered something for me that was spicy, I'd be like, whatever, but, I mean, it's pretty rare I actually eat spicy stuff unless I'm oblivious to the fact that it's even spicy in the first place. I mean, I'll still eat it anyway, but if I know it's not spicy or it is spicy, I will usually choose the non-spicy. I just not a big fan of spicy stuff on a regular basis. My God, my voice, I swear to God. I guess that does make sense, because your body is trying to, doesn't know what to do. I think that'd actually be not a bad idea, is use it for like, like if I, for example, if I had like an allergy attack or something like that and consume something spicy, it would help with the spice factor, or it'd help with the, you know, the, what's it called? Congestion, stuff like that. All that type of stuff, like runny nose. It would help with, you know, clearing it, I guess you could say. I usually don't consider that an option for some reason. I don't know why. I usually think of allergy pills, but at the same time, it's like that would actually not be a bad option. Especially if allergy pills don't work, because sometimes they don't work always. They're not always 100% reliable. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's a pain thing. I always forget about that. Because your body's like, oh yeah, hey, you shouldn't be eating that. It's painful. Type of thing. So TRP1 with TRPV1, my god. Pain receptors. I've never heard of that, but it's pretty cool. It's TRPV1 gets triggered, pain receptors get triggered, um, and then the brain send, or the whatever part of the mouth, whatever, it could be anything. Uh, the part of the body that contains the pain receptors gets sent to the brain, and basically the brain, it's telling the brain that it's on fire, and then it sends uh, endorphins. What was it? Wait, what was the pain-killing okay, yeah, pain-killing signals. What does it send? I forgot. Isn't it like a... Yeah, endorphins. Yeah, it was endorphins. I forgot about that, actually. The fact that the body actually does kind of make it sound like it's on fire. It's funny, because that sounds a lot more dramatic than it actually is, when you really think about it. The fact that your body thinks you're on fire is kind of insane, if you really think about it. When you really consider the fact that literally being on fire is a chance of actual death. And this is literally just a well, I'm gonna say 100% harmless, but fairly harmless thing that actually happens, which is consuming spicy foods. But your body thinks it's actually trying to, commit die on itself. So also, man, I'd imagine not, cause I think it would doesn't. I actually don't know based on like the fact that doesn't it depend on where you get burned though, as well? Wouldn't certain pain receptors be more not resistant, but like more mentally understood by the body? I would think it depends on where you get burned. I'd imagine it's based on where you get burned, at least. There has to be something to that at least. I'm fairly certain. What's up, Harassman? Harassman? I don't know how to say that. I think it kind of depends on because some of the habanero, some jalapenos can be extremely hot compared to even a habanero. On average, probably a habanero is gonna beat out a jalapeno, but there are some jalapenos that can be hotter than, maybe not hotter than habaneros, but they'll definitely feel hotter in certain cases. But I think that just depends on how many seeds you get and stuff like that, how it's grown, stuff like that. I know that makes a huge factor is how it's grown and the amount of seeds. Those are probably the biggest factors that I've seen. The Scoville scale doesn't always determine the pepper's hotness. Not 100% at least. There's always the factors of, you know, how it's grown, not accounting for crossbreeding or anything like that, even if you don't account for that. How it's grown and the amount of seeds that I know of. I only know that because my family, part of my family does like peppers, or part of has done a few peppers, and there's some of those jalapenos that they have grown that are way hotter than say a store-bought one. I'm talking like probably twice as hot at least. I couldn't even imagine actually straight up just growing a ghost pepper and stuff like that, which, or anything of that sort. Like if you grow it in a way that makes it hotter than say a store-bought, because store-bought's usually going to be, it's usually the amount of seeds. Well, I mean, not really. Well, sort of. I would think it's the amount of capsaicin. Well, it's the amount of capsaicin, but if you account for, if you're talking about like the pepper itself versus the same pepper, it's usually the seeds. But if you're accounting for just the or the its potential of the pepper is based on how it's grown and the amount of seeds. But if you're talking about like one pepper to another, like Scoville, it's usually the amount of capsaicin. That I know of at least. I don't know if there's other factors, but I know it's the amount of capsaicin. It's the same type of stuff that's in pepper spray, probably where they got the name from. But yeah, that I know of. Crossbreeding also can influence it as well. Which that's usually how they make hotter peppers is by doing crossbreeds and then giving them names. How people make hotter and hotter peppers. I think it's how the Carolina Reaper became a thing. Was some kind of some kind of experiment or accident that happened with that pepper when they were crossbreeding some peppers. Take this with a huge grain of salt here, but yeah, I've done a little bit of research, but take the two hottest. That'd be ridiculous. How to literally grow, how to turn a jalapeno into a Carolina Reaper. You just repeat that process over and over again. How to re-engineer a ghost pepper. Or Carolina Reaper if you want to actually go that far. pretty interesting, actually. I'd imagine it does have a limit, but it's probably way lower, or it's probably way higher than we actually think it is. I mean, apparently there's a new pepper, or a potentially new pepper. It's called like Pepper X or something like that. Yeah, great name, but Pepper X. It's supposed to be much hotter than, you know, Carolina Reaper. I'm not honestly that surprised by that, to be honest. I mean, if they can get it as hot as capsaicin itself, that'd be ridiculous. I'm actually kind of funny. Actually, I think that's the limit of peppers. If you can get to capsaicin level, I'm pretty sure that's the absolute limit. Which is 26 million in the Scoville. 26 million Scoville is the capsaicin. The Scoville scale of capsaicin is 26 million. What's up, not for info? That's pretty cool. Yeah, there isn't that much that goes on during these streams. It's kind of just mining most of the time and talking about stuff. That even depends on how dead the stream is too. Usually I don't talk if it's pretty dead. When I say really dead, I mean, or pretty dead, I mean like to the point where one person joins occasionally. On infinite loop. I'll just play one song forever. It didn't take that long, to be honest with you. The thing is, it's kind of hard to determine as well, because I don't even remember the amount of stuff that I had when I first started, because it's changed pretty consistently. To be honest with you, because I didn't even use mending originally, and then I used mending at some point at the beginning, and then I added some pickaxes, broke some. I don't exactly know how long it took, but because the thing about this project, it's not very linear. The um, the progression for the beginning of the project wasn't very linear. I mean, the fact that I did a section of this project without it actually even being part of the project. I did a section before that, before even starting the project, technically. At least I don't personally count as part of the project, but I mean, kind of just depends on how you want to look at it. And what the actual start of this project actually is. This project is very chaotic at the beginning. It started to become a little bit more linear when I actually committed to the project. Oh yeah, Invincible. I mean, NTS is actually okay. I usually don't listen to, I mean, I sometimes listen to music. Like, it doesn't really matter that much what it is. I just use it as background music to keep myself awake. Doesn't always work, by the way, but, it, it just helps me, at least tries, at least I try to keep myself awake with it. And the only reason why is because this thing is mind-numbing beyond all belief. Like, reading a book is far more entertaining for me than doing this project. But I mean, that's the price I literally have to pay for this project, so it's the price I have to pay to do this project. Which I've been fine with. I mean, if I wasn't fine with doing something insanely mundane, then or even beyond mundane, honestly, this goes way further than what people think of mundane. But if I didn't if I didn't you know, accept the boredom of this project, then you know, I wouldn't have I wouldn't be doing the project, or I wouldn't have even got close to finishing this project at all. I think it's one of the biggest factors I think that this project's gonna have if anybody else does it. Because I'm basically trying to figure out a way if this project will ever be topped or it will ever be replicated again. That is if Sword King doesn't finish, but if you don't account if you don't account for him, that is, if this project will ever be done again. And one of the biggest factors is boredom. Second factor is the fact that you have to go you pretty much, because of it being so boring, you have to use pretty much pure willpower to actually even continue doing it. What else is there? I mean, there's not really an incentive either to do the project, so those are pretty much the three factors which kind of all tie together that I just don't think this project. Oh yeah, and the length of the project itself, to be honest. Just the sheer insanity of the amount of things you have to do and the amount of time you have to spend into it. Those are probably the four factors where I will almost bet on the fact that nobody will actually finish this, to be honest. I could almost bet on it. I'm not gonna say 100%. It's definitely not 100% because it's the internet and, you know, people are crazy enough to go out of their way to do this project again. Yeah, I'm gonna finish it. I don't even have much left. I have maybe like 80 hours left. Somewhere around there at least. 80 to 100 hours left of the project. What's up, Puglio? Didn't realize it was already lapis. What the heck? How is there already lapis on 31? Usually I find it on 29. This thing's 2 layers higher than it probably should be. Gotta bring that audience as well to celebrate. It's a good thing this project is designed how it is, because the final section's short enough where enough people could join to hype up the project. I mean, people even think I'm intentionally making that final section like that just because of hype train, but it's actually not because of that. It's literally just because how the world's built and designed. What's up, Venus? That's pretty cool. What's up, Bleach? Well, if you're still here, um, pretty much how I did it, a lot of time, uh, trial and error to do the entire project, figure out ways of mining, stuff like that. And why is because of, if you want more information, it's in a video. There's a video in the description if you want to see it, but, pretty much short version of it is basically just because a person named SorKing090 started a project back in 2012 of mining his entire world, and people wanted to see it done, and I actually wanted it personally to see it done. So I basically just started it when he went on hiatus back in 2017, and the rest is pretty much history. I'm not really too sure. I'd probably say make it deeper. I don't really know that much about ponds, or to be honest with you. Yeah, it's I'm also I mean, this will be the first time. I mean, I think this project has been more and more significant the more I'm looking into it. Because not only is it one of, if not the most insane project that will be completed, at least for now, once I finish it in this game, probably one of the most insane projects to ever be finished. Second thing is, this will also be the first time an entire world we've been mined out as well. First time. Maybe even the last, honestly. I don't know how many people are really gonna jump the hoops to do this project. Except Sword King. I mean, he's still technically not really working on it, but he might buck up and finish it. I don't really know, though. There's still that possibility. But there's a good chance this might be the last time this ever gets finished. I mean, if people are willing to spend 2,500 hours on a project with literally almost zero incentive to do the project, and basically no actual motivation for the project unless somebody joked around about it, and and the boredom of the project itself, if people are really willing to go that far, then go ahead, but I don't think anybody really realistically will. Could be even more than 2,500 hours. It could be close to 3K, to be honest with you. Actually, it might actually be over 3K. Including breaks. Or even if you're not including breaks, it might be over 3K. So if people are willing to spend 3,000 hours doing this project, with basically no incentive at all, actually actually I think zero incentive to do the project. Even throughout the project, there's no incentive to really do it, so good luck to anybody who even tries this. And good luck to Sword King finishing this as well. Because, anybody's gonna need it, to be honest. Yep, pretty much. Because the world map is the world itself, because it's the classic map back on the legacy version of the game. And this was pretty much it. 862 by 862, pretty much. About 45 million blocks, 5 million water blocks, 35 million blocks of stone items, roughly 5 to 6 million dirt blocks, or shovel base blocks, I guess you can call them. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it really puts in perspective. When people actually know how big this map is, it really puts in perspective of how many blocks I've actually mined. If you don't account for the couple 100,000 my friend mined a long time ago, but even then it's kind of almost irrelevant to be honest, considering the amount of blocks I've had to mine. There were 17 sections left, or 17 sections on this world, 16 4 by 431 by 100 sections, and then 431 by 31 sections in the world. In the course of 4.5 years, roughly, of doing this project. Each section takes around 180 hours, between like 170 and 200 hours for each section. I think that's also including breaks as well, though, but I'm not really too sure how much that's also including breaks, though. Or I don't know how much of it is breaks. But it's roughly 180 hours per section. So it's roughly, I think, 3,000 hours for the entire thing, on average at least. Obviously, some sections take like 165, 170 hours, or they take up to 200 hours depending on how much water there is. Like the 200-hour time lapse that I have on the channel, if you want to see the entire process. The longest section that I've had to do in this world, roughly 200 hours. That's also the 3K hours is also not including the nether or the end either. Because those two, the nether and the end, is gonna be another 600 hours or something like that. I don't really know exactly the amount, but it's somewhere around that number. I've used roughly 6,000 pickaxes that have ranking 3 on them. 6,000 pickaxes. About 1,000 shovels, roughly. About 50 to 75,000 sponges used. That's also not even accounting for the having to put down the sponges to dry them to break them again. That's not even accounting for that. Roughly 16,000 diamonds. I don't remember the other ones. All I remember is the diamond account. I think over 100k of iron, maybe even 200k by the end of it. I don't really know, to be honest. Maybe 150k. Somewhere around there. It's pretty ridiculous. What's up, say body? You're gonna try this. Good luck with that one. It's pretty grueling. Not grueling in the sense of like difficulty, but it's just grueling in the sense of like mind numbing. It's like the reverse. It's excruciatingly mind numbing versus excruciatingly, difficult. It's kind of the reverse. It's more of a mental game more than a physical game it's pretty much pure mental game. If you do it though, please do not pick a good seed that doesn't have much water. I recommend it. I know people don't like draining. I mean, if you don't mind draining water, go ahead, but I really don't recommend a seed with this much water. This project could have taken a little bit less time if I had actually picked a good seed. I mean, it was enjoyable to drain 5 million blocks of water, but at the same time, it would have actually been a little bit quicker. And also my block count would have been a bit higher as well, just a little bit. At the same time, I'm glad I don't have a jungle to deal with. So at least I'm fortunate on that. And the world is pretty flat too, so it's not like it's the worst thing ever. I'm actually not really too sure what I would take. An amplified mountainish area, not literally amplified, but you know what I mean, like a super mountainish seed or a pure water seed. I don't know which one I would actually take. Maybe not pure water, but a seed like this, I don't know if I would take this seed or I would take something that's super mountainous or like mountain based seed. I don't know which one I'd rather take, to be honest with you. Sand area? Yeah, sand area is a good place to start actually, because you get to... Wait, what are you mining with? Because I would recommend not mine at all until you actually get enough diamonds to go into mining. Like having diamonds, uh, being able to insta-mine, which basically just takes an efficiency 5 diamond pickaxe with haste 2, so I don't recommend even thinking about trying to mine unless your world already has maybe making assumptions here, but unless you're already starting on a world that already has all those resources, which in that case then go ahead, but if you're starting a new world then oh, you're on Bedrock? Well, Bedrock is impossible to mine the entire world, though. Unless you somehow have an old world that you're mining, but hey, what's up, Mythic? Didn't expect you to be here. It's pretty cool. House of Mind Numbing, yes, great. It's actually pretty nice switching between things, like switching between videos, music, and then switching back to nothing, like silence. Switching between both of those actually helps, but it depends. At least chat helps with it, to some degree. Chat helps with the mind numbness. Wait, do you still stream the same time, like at night? Or do you just stream randomly on your days off? Yeah, chat can be pretty... At least chat gives me something to actually do besides clicking a button. At least I get to read text. Which, as boring as it sounds, as just reading text, it's far more entertaining than clicking a button, let me tell you. Like, this takes dopamine detox to a whole new level, to be honest with you. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I could definitely see that. It starts with like multiple brain cells, and then over time it just kind of starts. They just start absorbing into each other and form. They start slowly. The chat starts slowly forming into one brain cell after a while. One person starts it, and then it just kind of goes downhill from there. Or uphill, uphill if you really think about it in some cases, depending on your perspective on it. It's only funny because it's so ridiculously cursed. Literally the only reason. What's up, average male? Yep, I'm at 95%. Somewhere around 95%. Yes, the grind set. Somewhere around there. What's up, 12-0? It's somewhere around 2 layers. It kind of depends, though. If it's like a really short stream, then it'll probably just be a layer, or less than a layer. But, two layers seems about right for average, to be honest with you. I think the average is a bit higher recently, but just because I do 2 layers at minimum, at least recently I've been doing around 2 layers minimum. So my average almost has to be higher just because of the days that I work. Or the days that I don't work, I usually go like 3 or 4 hours. I mean 3 or 4 layers. It's pretty rare I do 5 layers, but that's only if I can literally almost go non-stop. I have 2 hours of leniency, which 2 hours of leniency you would think sounds like a lot of time, but over a 12-hour period, it's actually not as much as you would think. 12 hours is actually pretty hard even for me to non-stop work. I mean, how many people can really say, like some people who work 12 hours, like especially people in sales and stuff like that, talk about their performance in air quotes, but they talk about working 12 hours a day, but are they actually working 12 hours a day? Or is it more like 8 hours a day? Because when I talk about working, I'm talking about actual conscious effort to work. Like, consistently thinking about and consciously working on something. That's, and even if it's not even purely to the job itself, like, if it's something about learning about the job, that's also, I also account for that as well. But how many people realistically constantly learn and constantly diligently work for 12 hours straight? Which you can do that. You actually can. The brain is capable of doing that. It's just not many people would actually admit for them to admit that they wouldn't be able to do it. Or they haven't done it. That's actually pretty crazy, not gonna lie. But I want to take my diligence to the next level. I want to leverage my level of diligence, to be honest. I want to leverage it as much as I can, which is actually one of the reasons why I'm planning on going into software sales. Or at least attempting to get into one. Eventually, at some point. As like an actual career path. At some point, at least. I want to take the diligence to the next level and the, because the thing is, a lot of people who work in that industry say they work like 60 to 80 hours per week. But are they actually working that much, or are they just kind of like, okay, 12 hours a day? They spend about like 6 to 8 hours actually working. That's 4 hours down the drain almost entirely of actually working. Obviously that's not accounting for like, I mean that's accounting for breaks and stuff like that, which I'm not saying they're 100% necessary, but I think for most people they would want a break. So as much as some people probably wouldn't admit wanting a break, they probably would. It's kind of a weird mindset that people have. It's kind of a pride thing. There's so much pride with per people's performance in sales. It's like all about the hours. It's all about the numbers. It's not about the quality, which is actually kind of annoying seeing it. And when I say numbers, I'm talking all numbers. I'm talking the amount of money they make, the amount of money they make compared to other people, comparing their money to other people, the amount of hours they work, and the amount of hours they work compared to other people that work a 9 to 5 job, because people are like, yes, I need to work more than 40 hours because I don't want to be the average. Because the average person works 40 hours a week. But it's like, are you actually it's kind of ironic when you think about it, because it's like a lot of people who say that probably, I would think at least, because there's no way these people really have a good incentive to actually be that diligent to their work. They're more diligent to the money itself, which, I mean, obviously it's gonna fail short term, but there's probably other ways people have made it, but made their diligence show. But a lot of these people who talk about working more than 40 hours, they probably still only work 40 hours, which is very ironic, but as much as people probably wouldn't admit it. Like at all, actually. But that's where I want to actually utilize my diligence to a job or a skill or a craft or just work in general. Because I think people really underestimate what they can really do on a job. Because 8 hours, you would think, okay, what do you really need to do in 8 hours if you don't account for work? You're talking about like necessities, like like food, water, whatever. Honestly, obviously the water thing is probably still going to be very important, but even then that only takes a couple of seconds every like every 30 minutes or something like that. So that's not really that big of a deal. It really doesn't make any difference. But if you're accounting for food breaks and stuff like that, the thing is, food. The weird thing about food, though, I think people need. I think people really need to understand that you can actually survive 8 hours a day without food. I mean, you eat once in the morning or whenever you work, like right before you work. You could survive 8 hours without eating. Actually, pretty easily. Even this is coming from somebody who has an insanely fast metabolism, by the way. So it's not really much of an excuse for people to continuously work. This is also for the people who want to be not average, above average. This is only to the people who want to be above average for their work, because for some reason people think that their work is all they have for, making an impact. But are they really making an impact if everybody else is doing the same thing? That's also another thing I've seen people do in sales, is talking about how they're making an impact. But it's like, are you actually making one? What are you really doing to make an impact? Like, what are you actually doing making an impact? That's pretty crazy, actually, that you have that much downtime to be able to do that. But it's like, are you actually making an impact if you're doing just like what everybody else does? I mean, I can kind of understand what people are saying though, because you're actually selling software to solve people's problems, but it's like everybody else can do that as well. Like, it's not like everybody could potentially do that, at least. It's not uncommon for people to go down that route. Now, it's not easy. It still has like a physical learning curve where it's like a mental learning curve in this case, where it's like you have to actually initiate and be your own boss. Don't get me wrong, you still have to be your own boss and stuff like that. So it's not like it's easy, but are you actually making a dent in something? Like, are you actually changing something? That's where real making impact is making that change. This includes a mindset, like a change in mindset even. That's another thing. Um, because the thing is, he's doing just like what every other tech sales YouTuber is doing, where it's like he's flaunting his money, talking about having no work. At least he's admitting about the why he chooses of having a no work-life balance, even though his reasoning is still the same as everybody else's, to be honest with you. But at least he's admitting it. At least there's that. And I'm not even saying these people have like are bad at sales or anything like that. There's a reason they have that, but it's like it's just the narrative that he's giving that I have a problem with. Well, it's not really negative impact. I see where they're coming from, but it's like they're not really making any impact actually. Now, the only exception to that is if somehow they updated or improved a company that made an impact. That's the only exception, but I really don't think even companies themselves don't really make that much of an impact. It's usually the person who runs the company itself that will make the impact. Because they're the ones that's leading the company, so, I mean. Oh, you're actually. Oh, never mind. You're talking about yourself. I thought you were mocking those, the people. But no, that makes a little bit more sense when you read the first comment. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, I'm not saying these people have bad intentions. They probably actually have pretty good intentions. It's just the narrative that they were probably sold to people. The narrative they were sold to them, or that was sold to them, and then they sell that narrative to other people, which that narrative isn't that good, to be honest with you. It just really isn't. It's very cookie cutter type of narrative. I mean, this dude does 20-minute meditation, which I wonder how much that actually helps him, if he actually will admit if it doesn't help him or anything. Don't know how much meditation for him actually does. I mean, considering how much he works, and, you know, or at least how much he works in air quotes, um, how much, how much will that meditation actually help? If it really does help at all. I mean, what is he really meditating to? I mean, all meditation should be is being able to get your thought process on track for something. So if you're just constantly in the mix of being stressed about external things, all meditation should be is literally just fixing your internal structure of your life. That's all it really should be. I mean, if you're doing really well externally and your internal systems are just falling apart, like your internal mind. What's my big overarching goal? I mean, the first goal I have right now is literally just improving in myself. I mean, I wouldn't say I have an overarching goal. I mean, you should really realistically never have an overarching goal. I mean, you can have one. It's just you better hope it's a good one. Like that dude that said I was making an impact. You can make an impact, but you better hope it actually is something that's gonna make an impact. So I'm trying to figure that out actually, is what my big overarching goal is. I've been trying to figure that out for a little while now. I probably won't find it till later on when I actually have like more job experience and stuff like that. So I won't find it till. But I guess the biggest overarching goal at the moment is just self-improvement, like full-fledged self-improvement, not just like cookie cutter type of improvement, like actually researching it and pretty much pushing it to its absolute limits. Basically hyper specializing. So like for example, if I start a sales career, I'm gonna hyper um, develop my sales skills and the craft of selling, and then after that, I'm gonna basically cut, or maybe not cut hours, but I'm gonna keep the hours depending on how much it is. May cut it later depending on the amount of money I make, and start investing obviously. So pretty much I'm gonna hyper develop my wealth. At least try to at the beginning of the career, at least just get it started. Obviously, wealth in itself will always continue to grow, but at least get a good hyper developed wealth stash first, and then after that, fitness, basically just like hyper develop nutrition, uh, possibly going to the gym depending on what I actually want to do. Maybe even do calisthenics, cardio, stuff like that. And then the third, which is relationships, which I mean that one's not gonna be that big of a deal to be honest. That one should come with the territory. That one is like a byproduct of the first and second one for the most part. I mean, I already have the psychology knowledge and stuff like that, and having the sales knowledge is also going to help with relationships, oddly enough. So that's going to be a byproduct, so I don't have to worry about that one. It's just going to be health and wealth mainly. And then, and then after that, that's when I should start to find my bigger purpose in this life. After I nail those two situations, those two areas of life, when I start learning about business and stuff like that, I mean, obviously I'm already learning about sales, so that's useful. Learning about business in its whole. And then that's when that life purpose should finally start emerging, that it starts flourishing. So I wouldn't say I have a life purpose. I'm just kind of digging. I'm still at ground level at the moment, so it's not like I'm flying sky high with a purpose. So yeah, that's pretty much my views on it at the moment for life purpose. So if people really think that their career itself is their purpose, or how rich they are is their purpose, stuff like that, they should really. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have that type of purpose, but is it really that fulfilling? That's the real question. Is it really that fulfilling of a purpose? I'd imagine. It's pretty worth it. Even now, after learning about the psychology, understanding myself a bit better, it's been getting some results, honestly. Oh yeah, what job do you work? Do you work like support, like tech support? Because I'm actually curious if you do work that, of like your experiences at working tech support. Because that's actually the job I was gonna try to get in the next month or two, once I move. Okay, so I actually have a few questions on that one. So how is the actual job itself, like chaos, like in terms of like stress of the job itself? And how does training work? How do they train you a little bit in tech support? Is there anything I should probably know about tech support? Like important information about the job, potentially? Any technologies to learn or whatever? Because I'm honestly just really worried about like knowledge on like say Microsoft products or something like that. I don't have much knowledge on them. Is there like is there tools I can use to like is there something I'm missing? I have no idea. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be this nervous about a tech support role, but it's like this is actually a pretty big deal. Like this job is basically gonna set me up for the rest of my life. Like actually that's how important it is for me at the moment. So, it's not like it's something that I can easily. I mean, it's probably not that big of a deal to if I don't perform well in the job. I could probably find something else, but it is still a fairly it's still gonna be a pretty important role for me or job, I guess you could say, in the future. Oh, okay, that's cool to know. I've actually thought about that for like the not even just the stress of like the speed of the job, but yeah, that's another aspect I was actually curious about with the stress was how long you actually take to solve the tickets. Because I found a tech support role that pays like hopefully it's still a job that I can still apply to in the next month or so. It's a tech support role that pays like 45K a year or something like that, which is the highest I've ever seen for a tech support role, by the way. I've never seen one pay like $24 an hour. Usually they're like 18 to 20. I've never seen one pay up to $24 per hour. And I saw the qualifications. They're not actually bad. I'm pretty sure I'm qualified for that job at least. Oh, you can just Google it? Okay, good to know, actually. I'm glad they don't exactly expect you to know the information right off the bat. Now that the high school that I actually applied to, it's really sad I didn't get that job. That could have been a very, very good job to actually have. Um, but they, for some reason, had this ridiculous test that, unfortunately, no matter, unless you have experience, there's no way you would know that test. I'm just saying right now. Even if you know the test, or know some of the questions that I could have answered, but some of the information you just had to have experience on, which is so annoying. I don't even know why they even thought I was even a fit for that job. At least in their standards. I could have probably done the job, but for some reason they have these ridiculous standards that I don't understand it, honestly. But it's fine, to be honest. It's not that big a video. Oh yeah, don't worry, I know networking, trust me. I have a giant mind map. Even if I don't have my network plus, I can almost take my network plus right now. Almost. I'd say the implementation and stuff like that doesn't matter, but I at least understand the infrastructure of networking. Computer troubleshooting, yeah, I'm pretty decent with that. Usually that's on the fly stuff most of the time, but I mean I have my A plus, which that's usually good enough for a tech support role most of the time. From what I've seen. I don't know if Network Plus is actually necessary from what I've seen. I know having networking knowledge is fine, but I mean, I know I don't technically have any proof. I mean, I have my mind map. That's funny enough, that's actually some proof of knowing networking, as weird as that sounds. It is technically. But, you know what I mean? Like, set up a new server? Oh, jeez. I mean, is the Network Plus actually necessary, though? Like, Network Plus is usually for, like, network admins and stuff like that. They're usually for, like, the higher, uh, roles that I've seen. There was this nice job. It was a network operations center technician or whatever. I think it's not technician. It seems so nice though, because they actually gave training out. I can't find that job applica- I can't find it anywhere though. I can't, or the job posting, I guess you can call it. I can't find it anywhere where I live, unfortunately. They actually gave training and stuff like that. It was such a nice job opportunity. It's unfortunate it's gone. Hopefully there's a new one that pops up like it. It was so good though. Yeah, that thing paid like 20 to $24. It was like between 20 and $26 per hour. It was the minimum was 20. It looked like a pretty doable job for, you know, my qualifications, I guess. But I found a technically even better one, which was a tech support job for a flight simulator, which I don't think it's technically going to be working on the like the simulators on their own, but like the computers that run the simulators or whatever. Which I'd imagine they do some form of training. There's no way they don't do any kind of training for that job. Which most of the flight simulation like qualifications are all preferred. They're not like absolutes. There really aren't actually any absolutes, which is actually a good thing. If you see it's pretty cool seeing a job application that doesn't have, uh, it's pretty cool seeing them that have preferred for every single job, listing, or every qualification has a preferred. That's pretty cool. I could also get an internship. I never really thought about that for some reason. I think if I don't get an actual job, I could just get an internship. Hopefully they're actually paid well. Or, yeah, actually pay well. That is. Give me a sec. That is if they pay well. I don't really know though. I think internships are pretty underrated. There are any. Okay, maybe not. Never mind. I think I'll just try to get a tech support job. What's up, Duncan? I'll look a little bit later, but for right now, I'll just chill. There's really no point in me looking right now, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna apply until like mid-July or something like that, so, or at least start applying mid-July. That's pretty crazy, actually. So pretty much my goal, like future goals, is basically do this project, try to get a tech support role. I mean, it doesn't have to be a tech support role, it just could be anything, honestly. But I'm gonna shoot for a tech support role at least, just to possibly give myself leverage in the future. But I'm gonna try to get a tech support role, and then while doing the project, pretty much, I'm gonna finish the nether in the end, and then after the nether in the end is when, by the time hopefully I'll have enough job experience as a tech support role. I mean, I could even move into another tech support role in the future if I'm midway through my project, but um, after that, I'm gonna try to focus on software sales and stuff like that, like break into the sales industry for software. That's pretty much the goal. So I should be almost working on this non-stop. Once I move, at least for the most part, non-stop, consistently at least. I should be pretty consistent. Command lines, yeah. Software sales. First thing is I could do work-life balance in that type of industry, unlike say for car sales. It that's like one of the main reasons, to be honest with you. Another thing is I can there's a dude named Troy that has a course on it's called Course Careers or something like that. I always say it backwards, I'm pretty sure, but it he basically hires he basically trains people, gets you to read a book, and then after you do all the training and stuff like that, he gets you an internship at companies. And then after like 3 months, if you do well enough, you get to hire it as a full position or as an SDR, which is sales development representative. I mean, if you're talking about like why I chose software sales in general, like over say software development. It's There's a few reasons. So one reason is autonomy. Autonomy is pretty actually more important to me than I thought it was, to be honest with you. Especially after having this dishwashing job, autonomy is actually more important than I ever thought it would be. That's actually, I'd say that's the biggest reason right there. That right there. It's based on performance, which I actually enjoy a lot. I love actually the fact that you can actually base it purely on performance. A lot of people don't like that, but I actually personally do. And you're based on just how well you can be efficient as well, which I actually like as well. I like the efficiency aspect of it, being as efficient as possible. Another thing is like having the skill of sales in general is pretty important, and I think it'd be pretty useful for me to learn anyway. So there's also that. There's also a good steady career path as well. There's a lot of leveling up in that field as well. So it's like SDR, and then there's like 4 levels to SDR, and then there's account executive, and then there's like a few levels of account executive, then there's enterprise executive, enterprise account executive, and then if you don't want to go down that route, there's other routes as well, like customer success, stuff like that. So I'm basically just trying to maximize my time and my strengths to make as much money as possible. I'm basically maximizing everything, or at least trying to maximize. So I'm maximizing my diligence, efficiency, and autonomy to leverage to get pretty much get as much money as possible, which the money itself isn't fulfilling, but it's going to be more of a byproduct, which the diligence, autonomy, and the efficiency is what's actually pretty fulfilling, and obviously helping people as well. But, you know, that's going to be the most fulfilling part, is actually helping people with their company and their business with selling the product that can actually be useful to people. Yeah, I live with my parents at least until August, and then I'll be moving. Couldn't even tell if that hit or not. I know I save a ton of money as well, even without being in college. I save a lot of my money. I probably save like 95% of my money or something like that. I mean, obviously I can save it, so why not save it, honestly? Um, I don't think they know anything. They don't really know about the project, but they just know about the blowing up thing. Well, my friends know about the project for the most part. They think it's pretty cool and pretty ridiculously insane, but my family, it's more like they kinda know, but it's like it's more of they just know about the channel blowing up, which is pretty cool. Because I think I'm the only person, I think in my entire friend group that has a YouTube channel that actually isn't, you know, dead, to be honest with you. I don't think there's anybody in my friend group that actually has a thriving channel. I'm fairly certain on that one. So I think it's pretty cool, actually. It's gonna be thriving even more probably after the project's done as well. Thriving in air quotes, because this channel is like kind of oddly, it's like, sir, it's kind of just dying, but it's not dying. It probably will, you know, it'll probably thrive when it's finished, but that's somewhat expected though, to be honest. Yeah, it's really hard to explain. Even people in the community probably don't even really understand this project that much. I mean, they understand that I'm mining a world, but they don't. It's hard to get people to understand that this is a limited world size. People are so or like brainwashed into the Bedrock and Java edition worlds. They're like, oh wait, this is impossible though, because it's 30 million by, no, 60 million by 60 million. Because they're assuming that I'm playing Java or Bedrock for some reason. I don't know how you come to the conclusion of playing Bedrock, but I mean, whatever, I guess. I'm playing the Legacy version. Minecraft PS4 Legacy, which apparently is a really rare version now. Purely just because a lot of people's versions, the Legacy version that people had, is phased out. Like, this version's almost entirely phased out. Not just in terms of, like, the community or anything like that, but, like, the actual game itself. You can't even get this version anymore in the newer updates. When Bedrock came along. This version is so rare. It's even rarer than the actual other legacy versions, like the PS3 and Xbox 360. It's rarer than that version, or it's rarer than the Xbox versions, and it's rarer than the PS3 version as well. It might actually be one of the rarest versions of this game. You know, I'll do one more layer and then I'll get something to eat. Or at least half a layer. Oh, oh yeah, Switch version. I forgot about that version. Switch version is definitely up there as well. This is at least second, like minimum second rarest. The thing is though, I don't even have a disc for this version either. There's also another factor though. It's the fact that when did the Switch version convert to Bedrock? Versus say the PS4 version? Because this could also be a yeah, I'm gonna be keeping the pixel art. I'm gonna be keeping the pixel art. I'm keeping all the resources. Just the rest of the world's obviously gonna be, you know, empty. I mean, this version, you could say the same thing for PS4 as well, though. I think the only reason the Switch version could be rare, or considered rare, is because it had a shorter lifespan than the PS4 version. That I know of, at least. I could be totally wrong on that, actually. Yeah, no, it definitely did. It definitely has the rare lifespan. Because the PS4 version waited a while before it actually became, it ported over to the Switch. Never mind, yeah, Switch version's definitely rare, for sure. There's like no doubt on that one, honestly. Yeah, the Legacy version is for sure the rarest, at least. Oh yeah, that would have been crazy. The thing is, wait a minute though, is the Legacy version on the Switch phased out? Like, has it been entirely phased out, or can you still get the Legacy version? Because if you could still get the Legacy version, then this version could technically be rare. Because this version's almost impossible to get, unless you do some weird, like, manipulation or something like that with the disc, or, like, the updates or something like that. What do you mean buy an account? Buy an account with it? Because I'm pretty sure the PS4 version is actually almost impossible um, to get to a Legacy back. Oh yeah, like a modded Switch. You probably could. I don't think you could even do that on this version though. This version could actually be rare, just because the difficulties of getting this version at all. It's almost impossible to get this version, actually. At least at this point it is. It may have lasted longer, like not being a Bedrock version, but dang, they really wanted to get rid of this version. Because they just deleted the additions button on this version. Some people that have the disc it after an update they just deleted it. Fortunately, I got super lucky, and the digital version that I have that doesn't have a disc or anything like that, it hasn't been phased out. Because I'm just saying, it could happen at any moment, if I update the game. If I update the game and one day the additions button is gone, I cannot get this project back. Even with the Legacy Edition disc, apparently as long as you don't update it, I think you'll be fine. But if you update it, it's gone. It's really unfortunate. That's why this version's so rare. It's pretty hard to actually get it even if you have a disc. Apparently. What's up, Alex? Because a lot of people who have bought the discs still have a problem with if they're updating it. So I guess if you just don't update it, then yeah. But if you want to actually update the game, I swear to God, controller. Okay, there we go. It hasn't been acting up recently, but it's just started acting up for some reason. God, controller. I swear this controller. Actually, it's happened to all my controllers for some reason. All at once. I'm about to go through like 3 or 4 controllers just doing this project, by the way. If these controllers just crap out, I'm gonna have to get a new controller. Which, I already have 4 controllers, because my friend gave me some controllers that he used to have when he stopped playing his PS4. It's pretty hard to get this version, though, the PS4 version. It really is, though. Just because they get rid of the additions button. This version would be actually really easy to get if they didn't get rid of the additions button. But of course, they were like, yeah, let's just slice off Legacy. It also seems like they're kind of destroying the Java edition, too, for Bedrock. They're phasing out Java, or at least trying to phase out Java. Microsoft is, unfortunately. Which is really sad when you think about it for a game this big. They kind of are. I mean, they can't delete this anymore, but because, oh, they won't ever delete mine, I don't think, because I don't update my stuff anymore, so. I don't want to update it just in case they have any ideas, or it somehow bugs out. Because the one time I update it, it's gonna just bug out, and additions button's gone, and guess what? Project is gone. If that additions button just disappears, this entire project is literally just gonna be wiped. The only thing I could do is play on the PS3 version and make an entirely new world, because I can't do reverse compatibility, by the way. So this version is actually just gonna get wiped with one update. This entire version could just get completely wiped. Yeah, you can turn off auto update. Fortunately. Which actually, I'm not gonna lie, that makes this project even more special than it already is, at least for the most part. Is the fact that it's on a rare version. Not even counting PS4, I'm talking just Legacy in general, because the Legacy version in general is pretty rare, but yeah, I'm talking about just the Legacy version in general is could make this project even more. The documentation of the Legacy version makes it even more special than when it was originally conceived, at least. What's up, Kaizo, and thank you as well. It's much appreciated. Getting there slowly. Yeah, this controller's really wanting to die, isn't it? Oh, you got the K-roll amiibo? That's pretty cool. I trained my Violet amiibo. So I didn't know what to name it, so I just named it Nair for the memes because it's Byleth. And I think the name fits pretty well because I think I told it to almost only Nair. I mean, it doesn't only Nair, but it uses a lot of Nair. So yeah, I think it fits. I don't have any spirits, unfortunately. This thing would be a monster with increased air acceleration and insta drop. If you gave it both of those things, it would be an absolute monster of an amiibo. That thing would be absolutely terrifying, like actually ridiculous. Oh yeah, they're extremely detailed. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it would be a monster. I need to give it to John to get some spirits. To give it some spirits, like insta drop and increased air acceleration or something like that. That thing would actually be ridiculous. I can't even explain how good that thing would be with insta drop. Oh my god, dude. It would be so painfully hard to fight. Oh yeah, K-roll, insta drop K-roll sounds pretty good, but that Nair, Byleth Nair with insta drop would be, oh geez, I don't even want to think about it. The amount of times it jumps around and stuff like that, oh god. It jumps a lot and uses Nair, which is it's already a lingering hitbox, and it's insta dropped, so good luck avoiding it. They also use, what else was it? It also juggles horribly well, so good luck with that as well. It juggles like no other. It will juggle you forever. The only thing I don't think it really does that well is, I mean, it's kind of predictable. It's a pretty predictable amiibo. I mean, to be fair, it is still AI, but so it's always gonna still have some form of predictability. But it, I mean, it's fairly predictable, even compared to other amiibos, I would say. But it would be an absolute monster with those spirits. I can't even imagine what you could get with it. I don't know how many slots Insta gives, but oh god, I couldn't even imagine what a hero amiibo would be like. That sounds terrifying. Banjo seems pretty cool though. Two? Okay, so you could probably give it Insta Drop and maybe I don't know what you give it. Increased air acceleration or at least some kind of form of air speed buff would give it insane. If I think would be if that is if it's only one spot or one, you know, that thing, whatever it's called, slot, I guess. Oh yeah, I don't really blame you too much. No, that makes sense. Your giant collection. It makes sense to try to complete the entire thing. I wonder how much money you've actually spent on amiibos. I mean, even if you account for the fact that minimum price of like $15, that's still pretty insane the amount of money, even at minimum price. It's just an interesting thing to think about. Oh, they didn't. Wow, I'm genuinely shocked they didn't actually die from that. What the heck? I know this is only a 26 block drop, but still. Hitting them with the pickaxe and then having them fall 26 blocks. Oh god, that is terrifying actually. That's a lot of money. Can you imagine doing that in like one order? Like you went on eBay and sold the entire set. I mean, I'd probably just sell them individually, but I mean, if somebody really just wanted an entire collection in one go, they could do that, but Wait, what amiibos do you have left? If you don't account for like, DLC or anything like that, like the ones that haven't come out yet. Alright, there's still a good amount left. Thank you, Ray, for subscribing. It's much appreciated. Still a good amount of amiibos left. Some of those sound like a pain to get though, I'm not gonna lie. Like the Shulk amiibo. Player 2 Corin, what the heck? Oh Jesus. Yeah, seems pretty painful to get. It's like more than twice as much as the actual price of the Amiibo itself, or more than the average Amiibo, I guess, or the MSRP of an actual Amiibo. That it's kind of ridiculous. $15.99, yeah, that makes sense. Gotta put that extra time into the detail. That makes sense. I remember that being 13 or 12.99 at some point. To be fair, I haven't really looked too much into Amiibos. I can definitely understand their appeal though, for sure, from a collection standpoint. Australian import? That's pretty interesting. up, Lyco? what's up, hi. Hope I'll be more noticed. Best case scenario is being more noticed, but, it just really depends on who's willing to advertise it. Who's willing to advertise a project, or not even who advertises it, like where you advertise it, how you advertise it. It's not a guarantee. It's never been a guarantee of this project blowing up, but honestly, the more I blow up, the more people notice, the higher chance I'm probably gonna get more noticed. Like, I've blown up like 3 times now, and as past has said, as what happened before, it probably will happen again, pretty much. So, since I've blown up before, there's a higher chance of it blowing up again. It just depends how much people are willing to actually sell this project to people, pretty much. Sell in air quotes, but, you know, advertise it. Which I will give people the opportunity to advertise it. I'm not gonna just full force this project. I'm gonna give people like a whole week to really sell this project before I go to the final part of it. The final blocks, I guess I can say, the final stream of the project. There's a higher chance, there's more of a chance of me being noticed than there isn't, honestly. Remember all the people that have came to this project, the more people that... I think that 40% blow up was actually extremely crucial, to be honest with you, because since that blow up happened, more people actually will remember this at some point, and then whenever those people remember it, it will remind other people about it, and then those people remember other people, and then you just keep doing that over and over again. It becomes this it's this insane butterfly effect that will probably make this channel blow up again. All those people who have left are probably they might actually return. More people will, all those people that have subscribed recently or since the past 2 years, they're gonna remember this project. Whenever other people say something about it, and then those people are gonna say something to new people, and then those new people are gonna go to this, and then like this channel is very untapped in terms of attention. I mean, it's not even on YouTube technically. Like in terms of outside of the project itself, it's actually not even on YouTube. So there's an entire social media platform, actually 2 social media platforms if you count like Twitter, that are completely untapped for this project. I'd say like less than 5% of the entire community hasn't even seen this project or has heard of this project. So, yeah, if people can reach as much audiences as possible, then yeah, this thing will probably skyrocket, to be honest. It's just all about reaching to other people. basically gonna make a community post that will say you have 1 week to whatever. If you want to see this project blow up, take email or advertise this project to as many people as possible. And you have until whatever insert day until the final stream to do so or whatever. Yeah, I'm at 95%. I'm probably at 95% to be honest with you. It's probably gonna take until 22, like layer 22, to actually get to 96%. I should probably stop counting in percentages because it's gonna make the project feel even slower. But I mean, even then, it doesn't matter too much. I try not to think too much of the small amounts of progress that I make. A nice little balance. You don't want to you don't want to have you don't want to have progress be too small of increments, but you also don't want it so big that it's like almost impossible to even track the progress. I'd say just start with small increments of progress and then just slowly work your way up. Into the point. Like, my progress, I usually just do it layer by layer. I don't do it by percentages. I do layer by layer or I do section by section, even though to be fair, section by section is insane. But usually I do it on a layer by layer basis. It's pretty easy to keep track of when you actually do it layer by layer. Or see a hive. What's up, tree? Oh, it's doing alright. Just mining. Alright, I'm gonna take a break for a little bit, get something to eat, and then head back. Alright, I'm back. That's actually kind of trippy, I'm not gonna lie. So anything? Oop. No, thank you. What's up, Pie Guy? I just sac I just sacrificed like 4 llamas and a wandering trader earlier during the stream. It was at the beginning of the stream. It was an entire pack. I threw them off the edge. Actually, they didn't even get. Actually, thinking about it, never mind. They didn't even get sacrificed. They just survived somehow. I'm genuinely shocked they survived it, to be honest. I'm just glad I'm in the 20s now. Yeah, I'm building a platform. It's a wooden platform specifically, just because of the reason why a wooden platform is just because of the fact that just so because wood is a renewable source, I don't have to use any materials. Because I'm not gonna have many renewable resources when I finish this project, by the way. Like, really, I'm not going to, unless I... Actually, what renewable resources would I have? I have to, like, make my own resources at that point. Because I won't have any trees, really. I have to make my own tree farm, so... I mean, there's that, so... And I'll be destroying the nether, so I can't use netherrack by that point. Oh yeah, I forgot I can use cobble. I can do a cobble generator. I mean, I guess if you want to put in that much work to do it, but I mean... I'm not gonna use that much iron. It's kind of pointless. I find it pretty pointless to do it that way, honestly. I have no reason to do it that way. Sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, so I'm kind of on debate about that actually. Since Void Massacre is destroying the end, I was thinking about splitting it into two parts, which is the end city and then the main end island. So it's kind of up to debate at the moment. I'm not too sure though. Since I mean, yeah, it is technically part of the end, so I mean, but at the same time, the only way to get to it is by destroying the Ender Dragon, so it's like part of the end, but it's not part of the end at the same time. It technically doesn't have to be part of the end, but it's like, kind of is at the same time. I mean, I could make it more insane and, revive the dragon over and over and over again until I get it to like 4, whatever the maximum amount, and mine all those entities. So I'd be mining 4 end islands, which would be over 4 million blocks, and it would take it'd take almost 600 hours just for that. So I guess if I wanted to do that, I could do that, but. I may destroy those actually. You know, it's not like I don't see what you're trying to do there. Not what you're doing, what you're trying to do. You know, with your name. I wonder what you're trying to do with that name. You already know. Yeah, exactly. Minecraft duels? What is that? Oh, PvP. Oh, okay. I think I could get pretty good at PvP, to be honest. Yeah, I think I could get pretty good at PvP. I mean, you could say that about anything in the Minecraft, though, community that I could do. Technically. Especially since a lot of things in Minecraft are mainly grind-based things. Even, like redstone and even something like even like redstone, as technical as it is, but it's very grind heavy. You have to build so many things, experiment, figure out how things work, all that kind of stuff. I just haven't been that much I just don't have much interest in things in Minecraft, honestly. Just really don't. The only thing I would do is if it's a project that if there was another project I could do outside of this one. Like, I should have done the Barlands project. I'm not gonna lie, I should have done that project. I just like finishing projects that people do, really. I'm not a big fan of starting new projects, but I'm definitely a fan of like finishing things, finishing projects, or even starting the same project but finishing, originally, kind of like Sword Kings project where like I technically started a new project of his, but it's like the same premise and background and stuff like that. Same method of doing the project. I don't know. I just like finishing projects that people start. It gives that great opportunity, almost guaranteed opportunity to actually find something cool to do. Instead of me going out of my way to like make an opportunity for myself, I just find one from another person, really. Yeah, that happens pretty often, to be honest. If anybody else has project ideas, wouldn't mind hearing them. The problem is, there really aren't many meaningful projects in this game though anymore. After this one, it's almost done. The walking to the Farlands, and then there's this project. But what other projects are there? To be honest, realistically speaking, I mean, there's Build the Earth, but that project's so big that it's not really like a. It's not really a singular project that you can finish on your own. That's the only meaningful project I can possibly think of, but I don't think it's gonna be realistically possible for me to. I don't think there's anything realistically possible to actually create or do. At least that has much interest or is finishing another person's project. And even then I even question if Build the Earth is actually reasonably possible. I mean, it's possible as a project, but like, is it realistic to say somebody's gonna finish it, or even the community? Not saying it won't be finished, but there's probably a couple decades to go on that project. And if the game even survives that long, or if the Java, because I'm just saying the Java edition goes kaput, then that project's gonna be thrown in the trash. Better hope that doesn't happen though. They really better hope that doesn't happen. Because this might be the fall of Java edition. Wait, what are you worried about then? Or if you are worried, that is. About the project at all. Well, I mean, it's not really about making it as accurate as possible. It's literally just it's a snapshot of the Earth, I guess, best way of saying it. Or it's supposed to be a snapshot of the Earth, at least. It's just more like I wonder if this project will actually survive though, because it's like the fall of Java Edition may make this project, you know, kind of die off. You know, it doesn't help that now they're gonna be having moderation for the Java Edition for servers, so that's gonna make it even more annoying to do that project. So there's basically two problems with the project. There is the length of time it's actually gonna take. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to the point where people are they become uninterested after a while. Um, and everybody's moved on from it, or the Java edition is just gonna go completely silent after a while because of Microsoft. I mean, the only reason he actually got noticed was because of the tragedy of his project, or he did, well, it really wasn't a project, he was just playing a hardcore world, so, um, the only reason he got noticed was because of the tragic event that happened on his world, which created the longest hardcore world, because, I mean, hardcore worlds don't end until you actually, you know, end the world, or after you die or whatever, so, since he died, he ended that world, which became a world record at the time, and it was super tragic. So it was a combination of like a world record, um, combined with it ending and it being tragic. That was literally the reason. That's the only reason he became big. There were other YouTubers that do hardcore worlds. They probably put even more dedication than he does. Maybe not right now, but at least beforehand. And the only reason he got into it, he got so much recognition or credibility or credit for that world or for that achievement of going for 5 years is because he died, which ended it. Not only that, um, it was just such a tragic event. So yeah, he wouldn't have gone anywhere without that world dying, or him dying in that world, I guess, a better way of saying it. He wouldn't have gone anywhere. He wouldn't be close to where he is now. the Vinix, or however you say that. Probably till probably like August, somewhere around there. It's gonna be very sketch though, because I have a few things to do in July and a few things to do in August, so mainly August. I have like one thing to do in July, but you know, I don't know, man. Like, it's gonna be kind of a crazy ride in the next 2 months. So, I'm not 100% certain, to be honest, about when I'll finish. It could be close to September, to be honest, if I move, because I'm gonna be moving in August. So, yeah, moving, finishing this project, I'm not too sure. It's either August or September. There's almost no in between, unless I could book it and finish it in July, but I don't know about that one yet. So it's either gonna be like late July, mid August, or it's going to be somewhere in September. It's like those are literally the three time periods this thing could be finished. There's no certainty in either of on any of those though. I'll admit, it's pretty satisfying. Can't deny that. It's using the elytra across the world. Alright, I'm back.